Well, good morning. Can everyone hear me? Great. Welcome to those people on YouTube as well. I hope you got some of the sound of the mantra then from your side of wherever you are. So welcome to this beautiful festival of Dharma Day. And you can see that the shrine is blue. So we celebrate the blue jewel today. And if some of you were here for Buddha Day when we were celebrating the Buddha, this is the time when, so after the Buddha gained enlightenment, he then went on to teach the Dharma, and it was on this full moon of July that he started to teach the Dharma. So we celebrate those teachings. And the first thing that we'd like to evoke today, this morning, is gratitude, because we want to feel, well, I certainly feel grateful to the Buddha for all that he's done. And so for this first part of the morning, we're going to be doing a threefold puja around gratitude. And when the Buddha gained enlightenment on the full moon of May, it said that he sat and gazed or stood. Some written word says it stood and some sat. So he gazed upon the tree for 7 days without blinking, apparently. So 7 days he gazed upon the tree with gratitude because he was so grateful to the tree for giving him shelter and that he'd gained enlightenment under this tree. So if we can think about that gratitude that he felt, and the gratitude of Manchester City Centre being here, and what goes on here, that we're in this nice, lovely, beautiful, sacred space, not being shouted at on the street. I just wanted to mention a few people as well. So people who have helped to create, so this beautiful shrine was created by Kshusha and CJ. So they've put their time and effort into making it beautiful for us today. So that we can feel gratitude to them. We can feel gratitude to the Buddha, like I've said, for his teachings, to Adele and the team for all the organising that they've done, setting up the room and these beautiful petals, spending time taking the petals off the flowers and putting them in bowls for us. Also setting up the room, like putting the chairs and chairs and cushions out, and they'll be clearing up later as well when we've all finished having our lovely day together. And to the Dharma Culture Cooler who brought their ideas together for the day, so what we're going to be doing today. And also Jo sat on reception. She's not up here yet, but she sat on reception welcoming people with a smiley face. So this morning's threefold puja is family friendly, although we don't have many families in the room. Only little Mila over there. So, but what we wanted to do was create a space where families were welcome. And so during the puja, I'd invite you to come up at any point, whenever you like, and make offerings to the shrine. So if you feel moved at any time, if you feel grateful, if your heart is connected to gratitude, and you just want to come and throw petals or light a candle, then please do that at any time during the puja. And you don't have to, if you need to move around and you don't have to sit really still and silent, because usually when there's a few families, it's never quite silent. But okay, so let's spend a few minutes settling down into our meditation postures, ready for the puja. And Bhante, our teacher, says, gratitude opens the heart, and when the heart opens, love flows. So gratitude opens the heart, and when the heart opens, love flows. See if we can get a sense of that in our hearts, if our hearts open and the love flows out. So connecting with your own body, sitting here in this room. Feeling thankful to all our friends around us, the Sangha that have gathered here to celebrate with us. Connecting with our hearts, feeling thankful to the Buddha for teaching the Dharma. And for the way it's changed our lives. The threefold puja. Opening reverence. We reverence the Buddha.
We reverence the Buddha,
The perfectly enlightened one.
the perfectly enlightened one,
The shower of the way.
the shower of the way.
We reverence the Dharma.
We reverence the Dharma,
The teaching of the Buddha,
the teaching of the Buddha,
which leads from darkness to light.
which leads from darkness to light.
We reverence the Sangha.
We reverence the Sangha,
The fellowship of the Buddha's disciples.
the fellowship of the Buddha's disciples,
That inspires and guides.
that inspires and guides.
Reverence to the three jewels. We reverence the Buddha
We reverence the Buddha
and aspire to follow him.
and aspire to follow him.
The Buddha was born as we are born.
The Buddha was born as we are born.
What the Buddha overcame,
What the Buddha overcame,
we too can overcome.
we too can overcome.
What the Buddha attained,
What the Buddha attained,
we too can attain.
we too can attain.
We reverence the Dharma
We reverence the Dharma
and aspire to follow it
and aspire to follow it
with body, speech and mind
with body, speech and mind
until the end.
until the end.
The truth in all its aspects,
The truth in all its aspects,
the path in all its stages.
the path in all its stages.
We aspire to study,
We aspire to study,
practice,
practice,
realize.
realize.
We reverence the Sangha
We reverence the Sangha
and aspire to follow it.
and aspire to follow it.
The fellowship of those who tread the way,
The fellowship of those who tread the way.
as one by one,
As one by one,
we make our own commitment,
we make our own commitment,
an ever-widening circle.
an ever-widening circle.
The Sangha grows.
The Sangha grows.
Offerings to the Buddha. Reverencing the Buddha,
Reverencing the Buddha,
we offer flowers,
we offer flowers,
flowers that today
flowers that today
are fresh and sweetly blooming,
are fresh and sweetly blooming,
flowers that tomorrow
flowers that tomorrow
are faded and fallen.
are faded and fallen.
Our bodies too,
Our bodies too,
like flowers,
like flowers,
will pass away.
will pass away.
Reverencing the Buddha, We offer candles.
We offer candles.
To him who is the light.
To him who is the light.
We offer light.
We offer light.
From his greater lamp.
From his greater lamp.
A lesser lamp we light within us.
A lesser lamp we light within us.
The lamp of Bodhi.
The lamp of Bodhi.
Shining within our hearts.
Shining within our hearts.
Reverencing the Buddha.
Reverencing the Buddha.
We offer incense.
We offer incense.
Incense whose fragrance pervades the air.
Incense whose fragrance pervades the air.
The fragrance of the perfect life.
The fragrance of the perfect life.
Sweeter than incense.
Sweeter than incense.
Spreads in all directions.
Spreads in all directions.
Throughout the world.
Throughout the world.
Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So keeping that connection in our hearts. I invite the families to join me in the Vajra Hall, and we're going to do some arts and crafts, some mandala making, and then Stephen's going to take over from here. So if you want to have a leg stretch, then you can do for a couple of minutes, or if you want to just stay in the atmosphere of the puja and the energy, then you're welcome to do that too. Thank you.
So just so we don't shock anyone with the first ever Taratna thing to happen actually ahead of time, and with that threefold puja finishing much earlier than expected, we're actually going to have a much longer leg stretch. So it's just gone 11 and we're not due to start the next thing until 11:15. So we'll have a little break. We are going into something more reflective and meditative. So I would invite you to stay in silence. If you do need a leg stretch, then please do have one. We will be sitting for about 35 minutes once we start, so I don't want you to get tired for that. But I would invite you to just stay in this kind of very quiet, aware, reflective space. So yeah, we'll start again in 10 minutes. So before we start with the meditation, I'll just introduce the day a little bit more. So obviously today is Dharma Day, and just a little bit about the flow of the day. I'm not going to go through for you and tell you what we're doing at each different time interval. If you're someone who really needs to know that, there is a schedule downstairs which you can check. But I invite you just to go with the flow of the day. Trust us. There will be tea breaks, there will be leg stretches, there will be a shared lunch, and you will get to go to the toilet. Other than that, just stay present, just trust the flow of the day. And we're basing the flow of the day off a talk by Bhante called The Word of the Buddha. And that is, in that he talks about 4 different types of communication, kind of, I guess, going down in their usefulness or their expedience, I guess. So we started today with the first means of communication, which is sound. But not sound on its base level, primordial sound at its highest level. And again, that is, through that sound, it is possible to understand and communicate the experience of enlightenment without the need for conceptual thought. And then we move on to archetypal images, which I'm going to attempt at leading you through a little bit today. And then we move on to conceptual thought, and then maybe surprisingly, the last or lowest level, which is words. And that's not to say any of these levels are particularly low. These are all these levels at their highest possible value, their highest possible attainment. But before we go into the meditation, I really want to concentrate on what are we celebrating today. So festival days are really a chance to come together as a joyous community. We are celebrating something beautiful that has happened. Sometimes they can feel a bit serious. We're all sat in silence, ritual, meditation, things like that. It can all feel a bit serious. But for me, the festival days are definitely not about that. They're about us remembering and connecting to really, really joyous, significant events. So today we are celebrating Dharma Day. So we are celebrating not just the Buddha communicating the Dharma, but it being understood and practically aware that it is possible for the enlightenment, for the Dharma to be communicated. So prior to this, the Buddha, as we all know, has attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree at Bodh Gaya. He has reflected and he has decided to teach. He has decided to attempt to communicate his experience. And to do that, he has travelled to the deer park and he is trying to communicate that to the 5 ascetics. We're not celebrating, even though it is a magnificent event, we're not celebrating that first moment when he first starts trying to communicate the Dharma. We are celebrating the moment that I'm sure we've all heard of, Kadanya knows. Kadanya knows. We are celebrating the moment where it became obvious, where it became apparent that the Dharma could be communicated, that enlightenment is possible for all beings. And that has a direct effect to us right now. It is why we are sat in this room. It is why we have the line in the threefold puja that we've all just said, what the Buddha attained, we too can attain. That became true in this moment that we are celebrating. And that is really a cause for celebration. And it's why today is so joyful. It's why we are still celebrating that moment 2,500 years later. And it's what I'm going to try and bring about in this meditation. So visualization meditations can maybe sound a bit scary. They can be a struggle to connect to. So I want to kind of drop that term of visualization meditation. I think what we're going to do instead is I'm going to tell a story. And we are going to try and embody ourselves in that story. For some reason, the term of mental VR keeps coming up in my mind. So we're going to close our eyes and we are trying to live in this story. We're trying to connect to this story. And I think one way we're going to be able to do that is by all of you trying to forget everything I've just told you. Okay? So we are going to try and embody and be one of the 5 ascetics, okay? So I think before we go into the meditation, it's really important, and I will bring this up in the meditation, it's really important to understand that our experience, our universe, we live at a time where there is no Buddha, okay? At least within our awareness. We are searching for the answer to old age, sickness, and death, but we don't know if there even is one. We don't know if this is possible. We believe it is, but there is no one that has actually managed to find that answer. And I think that is a significant difference to the experience that we all have right now. We live in a universe where the Dharma is accessible. We live in a universe where we have a Buddha. So I want you to forget that that is true. I want you to forget that at this moment there is a Buddha. I want us to go 2,500 years ago, and I want us to sit in a deer park. And within our experience, we don't know if there is an answer, if there is a destination to this journey that we're on. So with that, let's head into this meditation. So we'll be meditating for about 35 minutes. So get comfortable. Get into a position that you feel you'll be able to stay mostly still in for 35 minutes. And again, as we're dropping this term visualization meditation and more of a mental VR story, you can get as comfortable as you like. And to start with, you're invited to either close your eyes or lower your gaze to just in front of you. And we're just going to start by connecting to our body in the current moment. So just for a few minutes, taking some deep breaths, scanning the body in whatever way we feel useful, and just coming into touch and bringing awareness to our experience in the present moment. I find the breath is quite useful in bringing awareness to my body as it is at the moment. So maybe taking a few deep breaths and feeling that breath spread throughout the body. If we can, imagining the breath going all the way down to our big toe. And watching as it travels out the body through the mouth or nostrils. Allowing sounds to come in, trying not to label, allowing them to come and pass just as our thoughts do. And luckily for this meditation, it's quite hot today. So seeing if we can connect to the experience of heat in the body. Are we too hot? Is it uncomfortable? What is the felt experience of the heat in this room at the moment? And then imagine over our heads, as far as we can see, an unblemished blue sky without a cloud in sight. Nothing but blue sky and the radiating sun. We can imagine that as an image visually, or just connect to the felt experience. How does it feel to be under a clear blue sky? And then under our feet or under our knees, again stretching as far as we can see, a green field. This is not the soft green field of an English countryside, but the hard, dry green of an Indian field in the middle of the summer. You can feel the baked soil underneath your knees, underneath the robes that you are wearing. Maybe if you missed breakfast this morning, you can also connect to the empty feeling in your stomach as one of the 5 ascetics. You've not eaten a meal in many years and eat the bare minimum in the hopes that by ignoring or punishing the body, by not being attached to material things, your mind will become free. You know that this is the answer. You feel it. You have lived your life for many years based off this one belief. You take minimum amounts of water as you watch the deers freely roam the field. Just going to spend the next couple of minutes trying to really embody this experience. You look at your friends sat next to you, your 4 friends, and see the skeleton poking through their body. see the dirty robes hanging off their body. And as you are looking at them, you see a figure approaching in the distance. You see that figure is moving towards you, so you alert your friends. As that figure is coming closer, you see that it is Siddhartha. The one who was leading amongst you, who became soft, who ate milky rice and started living the life of luxury. Even as a wandering holy man, as an advanced practitioner, you feel something akin to hatred rise up in you. This wanderer who gave up everything that is important to you, to live a life of luxury. And you agree with your friends as this wanderer approaches that you will ignore him. He betrayed you, and as such you will ignore him. You will not engage with him. As he gets closer, you notice something different about him. He seems calmer, fuller somehow. It might be the sunlight of the day, but there seems to be a soft golden light radiating from him. As he comes closer, you try to hold on to that hatred, that disgust of this man who gave up. As he gets closer, this becomes harder to do. The word man no longer seems to apply to Siddhartha. The name no longer seems to apply to this being. Despite your initial plan, as this being gets closer, you can't help but to rise, to lift your tired body, to pay respect to this being as he gets closer. Without almost realizing what you are doing, you find yourself setting a place for him. You find yourself getting water for this man. And as he arrives, you see all your friends stand, bow in respect, and only sit after he is seated. As he seats and you sit, you accuse him. You accuse him of giving up, of making no effort, of living a life of luxury. No anger arises in him. He listens to your accusations with a soft smile, with eyes that radiate compassion. And purely by his look you are quietened. With some resistance you find yourselves listening eagerly to what he says. He claims to have found the answer, to have awoken. He claims to be a Buddha, an awakened one. And while you want to disagree, this title, this status, this sense of being seems to fit this being so well. And you can't help but to listen. You find that initial anger rising again when he claims that self-mortification, asceticism, the way that you have lived your life for many years is not the answer. And you are surprised to hear from this former prince that neither is a life of luxury, neither is a life of pleasure, of material pleasures. He claims to have found a middle way. A way above both the path of self-mortification and pleasure, material pleasure. For many hours, many days, he attempts to communicate this truth. And you find your resistance lessening. For the next few minutes, we're going to sit and imagine, try to embody what it must have been like for you to sit there and hear the Buddha's first attempts at communicating his Dharma, communicating the path away from suffering. The invitation here is to not to try to imagine what the Buddha would have said. It probably wasn't any of the formulations or teachings that we're familiar with, but just to imagine what it would be like to sit in the presence of the Buddha, sit in the presence of the Buddha attempting to communicate his Dharma. Not out of ego or a desire to be a teacher, but out of the wisdom and compassion that came from his experience, his ongoing experience of enlightenment. And then after many hours, many days of teaching, you find your heart completely open. You find yourself completely willing to hear the Dharma from the Buddha. Your previous resistance has gone. And you accept yourself, and the Buddha accepts you as his disciple. You look at your friends, previously the 5 ascetics, now the first 5 bhikkhus, the first 5 followers of the Buddha. And it is from this place of openness, willingness and receptiveness you hear the first utterance of the 4 noble truths. And this is what the Buddha says. Now this, bhikkhus, is the noble truth of suffering. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, illness is suffering, death is suffering, union with what is displeasing is suffering, separation from what is pleasing is suffering, not to get what one wants is suffering. In brief, the 5 aggregates subject to clinging are suffering. This is the first noble truth. Now this, bhikkhus, is the noble truth of the origin of suffering. It is this craving which leads to renewed existence, accompanied by delight and lust, seeking delight here and there. That is craving for sensual pleasures, craving for existence, craving for eternalism, craving for extermination. This is a second noble truth. Now this, bhikkhus, is a noble truth of the cessation of suffering. It is the remainderless fading away and cessation of that same craving, the giving up and relinquishing of it, freedom from it, non-reliance on it. This is a third noble truth. Now this, bhikkhus, is the noble truth of the way leading to the cessation of suffering. It is the noble eightfold path. That is right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. This, bhikkhus, is that middle way awakened to by the Tathagata, which gives rise to vision, which gives rise to knowledge, which leads to peace, to direct knowledge, to enlightenment, to nirvana. That is the 4th noble truth. And after much time spent reflecting on these Four Noble Truths, all of a sudden you sense a shift. It seems the very earth beneath you is shaking, rumbling. It appears like a great light is shining in the sky. You feel this shake, not just in the universe, in the world that you embody, but in the world of the Brahmas, of the gods. You feel this shake. You have a vision of a 8-spoked wheel made of pure light, the wheel of the Dharma chakra. And this utterance comes to mind. The unsurpassed wheel of the Dharma has been set in motion by the Blessed One, which cannot be stopped by any ascetic, or Brahmin, or Deva, or Mara, or Brahma, or by anyone in the world. From the lips of the Blessed One, you hear these words. Kadanya has indeed understood. Kadanya has indeed understood. You feel these words, not just with your mind or with your ears, but in the very core of your being. You know that the world has been forever changed. You know, without doubt, that enlightenment is possible not just for Kadanya, not just for your friends, but for the world. And now you are taught not just by the Buddha, but also by Kadanya. And over many days and many weeks, many teachings, many formulations, many communications of sound, images, thought, and words, the Dharma is communicated. Until finally, you sense in the core of your being that you too have indeed understood. You too have indeed understood. And for the last 5 minutes of this meditation, let's see if we can sit and embody and become aware of this unfolding experience. Of an irrevocable understanding, of awakening. And then after the 5 bhikkhus, the 5 first bhikkhus have all indeed understood, we can see that the Dharma is spread throughout India. Then over time, Asia. Then over much more time, the world. And it was from this moment, 2,500 years ago, from Kundanya understanding, that we have resulted, sat on this mat or chair in this shrine room. So just taking a moment to breathe, bring ourselves with the Dharma through history, till we're sat in this room. With these fellow followers of the Dharma, of the Buddha's Dharma. And when we're ready, opening our eyes. So we're going to move into a reflection next. But before that, we have been sat very still for the last 35, 40 minutes. So we'll have, as promised, another leg stretch. So let's be back in here in 8 minutes. So let's say in 5 minutes, so we all get back on time. And again, we've just done a meditation, and the reflection is very much going to be based off that. So trying to stay in that space, really inviting silence, particularly whilst we're on this floor. Thank you very much. first off, I'll say a little bit about reflection in general, like what we're going to do or what I'm going to invite you to do. But first, we haven't yet got to the word section of the day. So even though we're going to be reflecting, I invite you not to write down anything, really. If you feel the absolute need to, feel free to write down a couple of words that maybe can help you remember this later on. But yeah, the invitation is absolutely to not try to get too conceptual about this, to not try to write down, pages and pages whilst we're thinking about what we're going to think about. I'm keeping it purposefully vague at the moment. But saying that, if you do want to write something down, that is completely up to you. And can I just get a show of hands for anyone who would like a pen and a piece of paper to write anything that may come up during the reflection? I'll close my eyes so you don't feel like I'm... Fantastic. So we're going to do a reflection on the Four Noble Truths. And I'm going to take a risk here with the amount of very experienced order members in the room. Hopefully I don't get in trouble for this afterwards. I'm going to say that no one here knows the Four Noble Truths. Or maybe we all know them, but we don't understand them. We can recite them, probably. We've all heard them hundreds, if not thousands of times. And if we truly understood them, if we went back to what they were really trying to communicate to us, the world would shake. And we would indeed understand. Yeah, if we could really get to the core of what the Four Noble Truths were trying to communicate to us, we would be enlightened, or at least very, very close. I'm sure we all have different levels. This is me trying to get back into the good books of the order members, by the way. I'm sure experienced order members, we all have different levels of our knowledge of the Four Noble Truths, but I'm going to put my neck out a bit and risk saying that we don't understand them. So this reflection is an attempt to do just that. So in this reflection, I want us to go back to what we were just doing. I want us to go back and hear the Four Noble Truths as if for the first time. Yeah, so maybe we could look at this as a crossover of the four sights and the Four Noble Truths of like, we're going to see these, we're going to hear them, we're going to play with them in our mind as if for the first time. So drop any preconceptions that you have about these teachings, and let's reflect on them. So we'll do this for the next 20 minutes. So any mathematicians amongst us, that's going to be 5 minutes per noble truth, loosely. We'll see how it goes. And yeah, as I say, the invitation there is to not think, okay, so the first noble truth, there is suffering. What do I know about that? How is that in my experience? What words can I apply to that? How can I conceptually try to understand that? As soon as we try to apply conceptions to it, as soon as we get into conceptual thought, we are moving away from what the Four Noble Truths are trying to communicate to us. And I realize there is absolutely going to be conceptual thought. I'm not saying that we're going to become very experienced spiritual practitioners, but as much as possible, just try to sit with the experience of hearing these noble truths and just, I suppose, see where the mind takes you. Yeah, see where you go. And if you see yourself going down well-trodden paths, see if you can go a different way. Yeah, I have no idea what's going to happen with this. This could be a complete failure and it might not work, but let's give it a go for the next 20 minutes, hey? And how I'm going to introduce the Noble Truths, I'm just going to read from the sutta that I read during the meditation. I'm not going to add anything else. I'm not going to give any directions. So it's just us and the word of the Buddha. So yeah, let's see how that goes. Yeah, you don't have to be in a meditation posture for this. Get comfortable, get in a thinking posture. If you want to lie down, lie down. If you want to slouch in the chair, slouch in the chair. Just whatever's comfortable for you. Now this, bhikkhus, is a noble truth of suffering. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, illness is suffering, death is suffering. Union with what is displeasing is suffering, separation from what is pleasing is suffering. Not to get what one wants is suffering. In brief, the 5 aggregates subject to clinging are suffering. just to clarify around the conceptual thought, which is there will be conceptual thought. I suppose what I'm inviting you to do is not try to logic your way to understanding of the Noble Truths. Now this, bhikkhus, is a noble truth of the origin of suffering. It is this craving which leads to renewed existence, accompanied by delight and lust, seeking delight here and there, that is, craving for sensual pleasure, craving for existence, craving for extermination. Is the noble truth of the cessation of suffering. It is the remainderless fading away and cessation of that same craving, the giving up and relinquishing of it, freedom from it, non-reliance on it. Now this bhikkhus is the noble truth of the way leading to the cessation of suffering. It is this noble eightfold path. That is right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. This bhikkhus is that middle way awakened by the Tathagata, which gives rise to vision, which gives rise to knowledge, which leads to peace, to direct knowledge, to enlightenment, to nirvana. Thank you, everyone. I didn't feel any rumbling or any visions of the Dharma chakra in the sky, but hopefully that went well. So, as promised, we'll now go for lunch, and we will be back for something. at 2 o'clock. So yeah, hopefully see you all back here in the afternoon. Thank you.
Because I wasn't here this morning, it'd be good to know who's just turned up. Okay. Good to know how much context you've got. I'm just going to test my speaker. You will hear Bob Dylan. Could have left it playing, it'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Knocking on Nirvana's door. A few more, great. Did you change your mind? Yeah, there's quite a few empty chairs here. I think is that one next to you, Carrie, free as well? Yeah, great. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's one free chair here now as well. There's a seat over there. There's a seat here. Yeah. Anyone here? It's always a bit scary to come all the way over this way, isn't it? Is that seat next to you, free, Seb? It looks quite claimed, doesn't it? But yeah. While we wait for the final people to take their places, maybe you could just sit and enjoy the atmosphere. You could sit, reflect on your relationship with the Dharma, what you appreciate in the Dharma. There's a chair there, Ratnagunia. Okay, we'll see that's around the corner there. The artist kind of peeking over. good, isn't it, when you have the issue of too many people, not enough mats and chairs. Let's hope that happens more and more. And yeah, amazing to be gathering in large numbers on this Dharma Day Festival. Yeah, for those of you that have been here for all of the day, I hope you've been enjoying it. I hope you've been soaking in the Dharma. And for those of you like me who've just arrived, very, very warm welcome. My name's Candradīpa, if you don't know me. So I'm going to be giving the talk for today's Dharma Day Festival. And yeah, I'm basing this talk on a lecture by Sangharakshita that you can find in the book, Who is the Buddha? And the talk is called The Word of the Buddha. And on this Dharma Day Festival, what we're celebrating is the turning or the setting in motion of the wheel of the Dharma. And I'd like to answer 3 questions in my talk. So the first one is, how did the Buddha turn the wheel? Like, what's the story? What happened externally, you could say? So what's the story? And then secondly, I'd like to answer, and this will be the main question, so what happened internally? So what happened internally for those people at this moment that I'm going to describe to you? And then what does it mean for us that the Buddha set the wheel of the Dharma in motion? And as some of you will know, it's the 100th anniversary of Sangharakshita's birth this year. So Sangharakshita being the founder of our tradition. So in August this year, it'll be 100 years since his birth. So it's a significant year for us in our community. And each of our main 3 festival days, we're going to be hearing Sangharakshita's words. So we heard him on Buddha Day, we're going to hear him today. And we'll be hearing him on Sangha Day as well. And that's quite helpful for me because as I was planning this talk, I'll say more about this in a minute, but I realized this is really profound and I cannot do justice to the profundity of what Sangharakshita is saying. So I came to the decision, well, I'll just let him speak for himself. I'll let the profundity come from him and I'll do what I can to help Bhante. So, yeah, firstly, how did the Buddha turn the wheel? What's the story of Dharma Day? So, on Buddha Day, 2 months ago, we celebrated the Buddha's enlightenment. We celebrated that moment where he sat underneath the Bodhi tree and woke up, gained enlightenment. And yeah, I think it's quite easy, particularly if you've been around for a while, to be like, yeah, I get what enlightenment is. But actually, we don't really know what happened underneath the Bodhi tree. We don't know what happened to transform the Buddha's consciousness so entirely. All we know is that something significant took place. And so we marked that on Buddha Day, and you could almost say, I think, that was the Buddha finding the wheel. Maybe if we carry on with the image, it's like he was kind of wading through the jungle, kind of pushing the bushes and the trees aside to find something that he intuited was lost. And eventually, after lots of dead ends and had to keep changing direction, he found it. He found this precious, beautiful, magnificent wheel of the Dharma. He woke up. And yeah, I think quite understandably, after such a significant experience, he needed to absorb what had happened. And so he spent quite a long time, in different accounts you hear different time periods, but he spent probably maybe a week or so, just absorbing that experience. And part of that was just looking at the tree that he sat underneath, just feeling gratitude to the tree for sheltering him, for being the place in which he woke up. So we had this period of absorption, and then he had the reflection, well, can I communicate this to other people? Will other people be able to go beyond suffering like I've done? Can they experience the mysterious, majestic experience that I've had? And he wasn't sure, and he had his doubts, but came to the conclusion, yes, there are some people who I think will get it. And he thought, well, who might be developed enough, who might be receptive enough to understand what I've understood? Because most people, they're distracted. They're too busy with their little problems, they're kind of too caught up in themselves and their narrow lives. They won't get it. They'll just kind of push it aside. And there's even this story, actually, of the Buddha just after his enlightenment. And I think it was the first person that he came across, and he said, well, who are you? Maybe there was something about the Buddha, and he was like, who are you? And the Buddha said, I found the deathless. Which, again, quite a mysterious thing to say. What does that mean? And this person wasn't receptive and went, oh, right, okay. And then carried on, and you never hear from him again. So some people didn't get it, but the Buddha thought, there were 5 people who I used to practice with, and I thought that they were a bit too harsh. They were practicing austerities a bit too strongly, and that wasn't quite right. And as many of us know, maybe all of us know, he found the middle way between austerities and hardship and indulgence. But he thought, yes, I think they will get it. They were strong practitioners. They were really dedicated. And so he walked, I think for at least a week, to find them. And they were resistant to him at first. They thought he'd gone soft. But he persisted, and they listened, and eventually he was teaching them. And then one of the 5, it's like the Buddha saw just something change in him, and he knew. And the Buddha said, Kondanya knows. Kondanya knows. And the story that you get in the scriptures, the earth shakes at this moment, and all these gods, all these kind of supernatural beings just start to kind of cheer. They're like, hooray, fantastic. He knows the Dharma has been communicated. It's happened. It's almost like the world, the universe was just delighted at this moment. But we're still left with a question. So what does he know? So what happened at that moment when this man, Kondanya, and then eventually the other 4, they were unenlightened, they were deluded beings, and then something happened, and then they weren't. They woke up, they'd gone beyond all suffering. What happened? And if you read a lot of the scriptures, what you'll hear is, so the Buddha taught the 4 Noble Truths, and then he taught the Noble Eightfold Path, and then Kondanya knew. But for me, and Bhante says in this talk, that's a bit too clean. I don't think it was that the Buddha just taught this very kind of methodical kind of structure, this methodical list to these five men, and then one of them kind of understood it intellectually. I imagine the Buddha didn't have it all worked out so soon after his enlightenment. It's a much more organic communication, really, between the Buddha and between those 5 ascetics. And it was probably a later addition to kind of systematize it and make it a bit cleaner. But we are left with a mystery. Somehow the Buddha communicated enlightenment. The enlightened mind managed to communicate itself to the non-enlightened mind. How did it do that? And so that brings us on to the second question, which is, well, what happened internally? What did it mean for the enlightened mind to communicate to the unenlightened mind in a way that the unenlightened mind could get it, could understand, could wake up, could, to use this kind of language, ascend up to the enlightened level? How does that happen? And I was just thinking earlier that I think the image of waking up is really helpful for this. Because in a sense, that's a bit mysterious, isn't it? It's like, how do we go from being awake like we are now to then being asleep, to then waking up again? We don't quite know. Maybe science could answer it, but experientially, I don't know, it's a bit strange, I think. And so then I think this is that on a much, much bigger level. How do you go from one thing to the next? And Sangharakshita talks about 4 levels that bridge the gap between the enlightened mind and something that we mere worldlings can understand. And spoiler alert, the lowest level is words. So yeah, we often think that the Dharma's the words. We've got these books on the shrine on the lowest level. And that's because we understand words, but it's something much, much more than words that's being communicated. So how do you go from the enlightened mind to words? And we've got these four levels. So firstly, we've got the level of the pure enlightened mind, the mind of the Buddha himself. And yeah, I'm going to play some Sangharakshita to you now. It's quite long. It's about 8 minutes long, so yeah, you can settle into Bante's words.
First of all, of course, there is the level, if we can call it that, a level beyond all levels of the enlightened mind itself, the Buddha mind. We use the expression, we use the term, but it's very, very difficult for us to have any idea of what this is like. Because there, in that enlightened consciousness, in that Buddha mind, there's no subject, there's no object. All that we can say, though even this is misleading, is that it's just pure, undifferentiated awareness that is absolutely, as it were, void, that is absolutely luminous. It's just one continuous, as it were, mass of spiritual luminosity, and that it is also, as it were, what we can only describe as completely, deeply, ultimately, absolutely.
Good old technology.
That is fine, and that therefore it is peace and bliss beyond all human understanding. And not only that, that it is above and beyond space, time, and also in that, we may say, everything is known because in that there is nothing to be known. We can only describe it perhaps more metaphorically as being a sort of vast, a shoreless ocean, as it were, an ocean in which millions of universes are just one tiny wave, even just a single drop of foam in that, on that. And this is the enlightened mind, the enlightened consciousness, the mind, the consciousness of a Buddha, something virtually inconceivable by the ordinary consciousness, dominated as it is by the subject-object distinction. Now, within, as it were, this enlightened mind, and we can only speak of it in terms of space and time, even though it transcends space and time, within, as it were, this enlightened mind that arises in time but out of time, as it were, the desire. Not being afraid to use this word desire, the desire to communicate. The desire, that is to say, to communicate itself. Enlightenment desiring to communicate enlightenment. Because after all, there's nothing else that it has to communicate. What else can it communicate? Enlightenment can only communicate enlightenment. So there arises this desire within the enlightened mind to communicate with the non-enlightened mind, to communicate on the level of the non-enlightened mind. And this desire on the part of enlightenment, the enlightened consciousness, to communicate with the non-enlightened consciousness on the level of the non-enlightened consciousness, this desire we can identify as compassion. And this communication, at this highest level, as it were, is very, very subtle. There's nothing obvious, nothing gross about it. It's like a sort of tremor, a sort of vibration, very subtle, that passes between the enlightened mind and the mind that is just a little short of enlightenment. And we can think of this tremor, we can think of this vibration in sort of imaginative terms, not to say metaphorical terms. We can think of it as an extremely subtle sound. Not sound in the ordinary sense, not gross physical external sound which we can hear with our physical ears, not even sound that we can hear with our sort of inner ear in the ordinary psychological sense. We can think of it, as it were, as sort of primeval, primordial, mantric sound. Not gross, not material. As something which on the spiritual plane is equivalent to what we know as sound. And it's this tremor, this vibration, this soundless sound even, which is the Buddha Vajana in the highest sense of the term. This is the, as it were, vibration or sound given off, as it were, by the Buddha mind, by even reality itself. And the Buddha mind, the enlightened consciousness we know, is not limited by time. It soars beyond place, and therefore it gives off this sound all at the time, in all places. And some traditions, some Indian traditions, identify this sound, this primordial sound, this cosmic sound, with the mantra Om.
So it's hard to follow that. I mean, in a certain sense, this is, as Bhante said, it's the level that we only pick up on if we're extremely close to enlightenment. So it's very, very subtle. And at the same time, I think we can at least see echoes of it in our own experience. And just to say as well, so he used the term Buddha Vajana, and Buddha Vajana means the word of the Buddha, or the enlightened word. So we're not necessarily talking about literally the words of the Buddha, but what does it mean? What is enlightened communication? And so how then do we get a glimpse of this subtle sound that's not a sound, vibration of awakening that's present in everything, in every experience, if we were receptive enough? And one thing is that, well, reality is always trying to make itself known to us. The way that things are, you could almost say it's always calling out to us. And I think one experience with this is is impermanence. And so, as most of us know, one of the three marks of existence, of conditioned existence, is that all things are impermanent. And yet, we don't, at least on a deep level, really believe that. But of course, that's always trying to make itself known to us, because things are impermanent. Things are always breaking or changing, or people are changing, or we lose people, don't we? People die. And I think that's one way of seeing that, well, yeah, reality is always trying to make itself known to us. And if we stopped fighting it, which is quite difficult actually, we would let it in. But I also think that we could see it in a much more kind of dynamic way as well. And as Sangharakshita says, it's almost like the Buddha mind, well, it sounds like it's actively trying to reach out to us. It's actively trying to communicate itself. It's not just some dead principle, some dead kind of scientific law in the universe. It's something active trying to reach out to us. And we might have to take that on trust for a while, perhaps. But I also think that our experience of, which I think most of you will have, of coming across the Dharma, maybe coming to the centre for the first time, and there's just this feeling of coming home. There's just a sense of, what is this? What is this place? Who are these people? Why does it feel like this is where I was always meant to be? And I think there's a glimmer of this in that experience. That, it is as if the Dharma's always been calling to us, and then finally we open ourselves up, at least to some extent, and it's like, oh, yes, this is it. This is for me. And I think with all of this, I think it's just really important to remember that, well, we just don't really know what the enlightened mind is. And so, for some people, you might think, well, yeah, of course the enlightened mind reaches down to us. Of course it's an active force within the universe. But other people might think, what? And I think the important thing is to hold the fact that we just don't know what the enlightened mind is, what the enlightened experience is. And, well, in a way, what effect it had that the Buddha woke up. Like, we don't know what that did to the world, to the universe. And I think it surely had some kind of effect that we just don't know. So that's the first level, the enlightened mind itself, the pure, undiluted, enlightened mind beyond all concepts that we know, really. But now we come, well, Bhante says that the enlightened mind comes down a level into the realm of archetypal image and symbol. So we'll hear again from Sangharakshita.
So after that, from that, we have to come down a step. Or, as it were, the enlightened mind has to come down a step, come down to the next, highest level. The level of images, level of archetypal images, images of the sun and the moon, images of light and darkness, images of the heavens and the earth, images of birds and beasts and flowers, images of rain and wind and thunder and lightning and the stars, images of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, images of gods and goddesses, images benign and wrathful, images of all sorts of monstrous shapes, Images, perhaps above all, brilliantly coloured, luminous, shining, brilliant. Images arising, as it were, out of the depths of infinite, universal, cosmic space. Not images created by the individual human mind. Not even, perhaps, images created by the collective consciousness or collective unconsciousness. Perhaps images not created at all. Images which are, as it were, coeval, coeternal with the enlightened consciousness itself.
So here we're in the realm of vision, of spontaneous vision. And you hear this throughout the Buddhist tradition, that practitioners, particularly when they're advanced and they're really, really practicing, that images just appear in their consciousness. And we're blessed, I think, with a plethora of archetypal figures in the Buddhist tradition now, and on the back wall we've got many of them on the refuge tree. And yeah, I've got some examples of these. So firstly, we've got this image on the shrine, which is the Buddha Amitabha, the red Buddha, who's holding the lotus. And this comes from a vision that Sangharakshita had when he was in his 20s, I think, and he was in a cave in India practicing, and then one night he just had this spontaneous vision of the Buddha Amitabha, which he said was more vivid than anything he'd ever seen in his life, and had a significant impact on his spiritual life and, well, on our community. It also made me think of an older member that I know of who, if I remember the story correctly, the first time she went to a Buddhist centre, to the Sheffield Buddhist Centre, she sat down to meditate, and then this figure just arose in her experience, very vivid, and she was like, who was that? And she then had to do some research to work out, well, is that a figure already known or something? Turns out it was the Buddha Maitreya. All of the marks and the features match the Buddha Maitreya, who's the mythical Buddha of the future and of love. So yeah, never meditated before. That just arose. What's that about? How mysterious. And then thirdly, something closer to home for me and more recent. So I've got a friend who he often visualized a figure of a monk who, when he'd imaginatively go into his more difficult experiences, the monk would be there to protect him and would shine golden light to protect him, to bring compassion to the experience. And we'll move talking about this. And the friend wondered, I quite like Thich Nhat Hanh. Maybe the figure's Thich Nhat Hanh didn't quite fit. Maybe it was himself as a Buddhist monk protecting himself, but that didn't quite fit as well. And then eventually he came across the figure Kashiti, and I was actually leading a workshop at Padmaloka, and this friend was drawn to the painting of Kashiti in Padmaloka and didn't know why. And then a little bit later realised, that is the figure, and told me about it. And he didn't realise that the light that comes from Kshitigarbha in visualization practices is golden light. And so it was almost as if Kshitigarbha came to him without him even knowing who Kshitigarbha was, which gave me goosebumps when we were talking about it. And yeah, more personally as well, my relationship. So as many of you will know, when people are ordained into the Triratna Buddhist order, they take on a visualization practice of a Buddha or Bodhisattva figure. And I took the practice of Padmasambhava. And yeah, I never would have thought that I would have taken on the Padmasambhava practice. Like, if it was just up to me, I would have gone for a nice, gentle figure like Green Tara or Amitabha or something. But then when I received the practice, it was like, well, of course it's Padmasambhava. There was something that felt deeply right about that practice. And so I think the whole area of image and symbol and myth, well, it's non-rational. It goes beyond the rational conceptual mind where we try to work things out. Of course, we need the rational mind. We need to work things out and get clarity. But we also need to bring on the more non-rational, emotional side of ourselves. And I find that if I follow something non-rational, if I just have a response to an image and just lead it, just let it lead me, you could say, actually, it can take me much, much further or into much more significant places than if I just followed the merely rational. So next, we have conceptual thought, and we'll hear from Bhante also about words. So we'll hear about the final two levels from Bhante as well.
And then we come down one step further. We come down now to the level of conceptual thought. But we must remember that it is still the enlightened mind, as it were, coming down. It's not a question, it's not a matter of the unenlightened consciousness expressing itself in terms of thought. Conceptual thought is a common medium. It's common both to the enlightened and to the unenlightened mind. And of course, conceptual thought is created by the unenlightened mind. But it can be used, it can be taken over, it can even be transformed by the enlightened mind in accordance with its own higher purposes. And this gives us, as it were, a clue to the nature, the real nature of what is sometimes called Buddhist philosophy or Buddhist thought. Buddhist philosophy or Buddhist thought does not consist of the speculations of the unenlightened minds of ordinary, relatively nominal Buddhists. Buddhist philosophy, as we call it in the West, Buddhist thought, is an attempt, perhaps a series of attempts, on the part of the enlightened mind, the Buddha mind, whether that of Gautama the Buddha or others, to communicate with unenlightened minds through the medium of concepts. So that doctrines like that of conditioned co-production, for teachers somewhat harder, have to be understood in this light. Not just as purely intellectual excogitations, but as efforts to communicate through the conceptual medium on the part of an enlightened mind, trying to reach an unenlightened mind.
So, yeah, we've got conceptual thought, inner reflection first, and then on the lowest but most accessible level, we have words. We have words themselves. And yeah, this part made me think of a quote from Ashvaghosha, who was a Buddhist scholar centuries ago. I don't know the century, but centuries ago. And he said that we use words to become free from words until we reach the pure, wordless essence. And so, of course, reflection, words, language is really, really important. It's vital. But the thing to remember with it is that it's all about taking us beyond words into something, very different. Well, into the higher levels, really, you could say. And so that brings me onto our final question. So what does this mean for us now, and what does this mean for our practice? And so, well, we're blessed with so much Dharma on offer. There's probably more Dharma in the bookshop than you could read in your life, I think. And that's just in this Buddhist Centre's medium-sized bookshop. And that's a blessing, isn't it? Like, how wonderful. But the art, the practice, I think, is how to get to grips with the spirit rather than just the letter of the Dharma. There's a story of a Tibetan yogi called Naropa, who met this old enlightened figure, and she asked him, "Do you understand the Dharma?" And he said, "Yes." And she said, "Do you understand the words, or do you understand the spirit?" And he said, "I understand the words." And she broke into this great big laughter. She was delighted. And so then Naropa thought, "I can maybe go a step further here." Maybe he liked the approval, and said, "Well, I also understand the spirit." And then she started crying. And he was like, "What's the matter? Like, you were really happy when I said I understand the words, but then I told you I understand the spirit, and you're really upset." And she said, "It's because you lied. I see that you understand the words, but you don't understand the spirit, and that's the important thing." And I think that this is actually quite a big commitment to read the words, to reflect on the words, and to, well, follow where the words take us, perhaps into the realm of archetypal image and symbol, and into the mystery of the pure enlightened experience itself, beyond concept, beyond me and you, self and other, time and space, into that vast, beautiful space. That's not a space. It's a big undertaking. And I had this experience with writing this talk that, perhaps hubristically, I thought, I've got a good grasp of the Dharma. I do a lot of teaching here at the centre. I think I know Bhante, I know Sangha actually quite well. And then I read this talk and was like, how am I going to communicate this? Which I think is spiritually a really positive experience, that actually I don't know. There's a lot that I really, really don't know. And I might have quite a few lists at my kind of disposal, at my fingertips, but when it gets down to it, the kind of the real stuff, do I really know? And to some extent, yes, but to quite a large extent, no, actually, which is, a spiritually very positive place to be. And I think, we really need to have this commitment to really study the words, to really understand the words, and to try to put it into practice, so that again and again we can come to that place where I just don't know, which then spurs us on to see actually the Dharma is so profound that, well, it takes real study and reflection for the rest of our lives, at least, I think. But also that it will repay our efforts so much, because being more and more in contact with this living, dynamic spirit of the Dharma, so rather than just seeing the Dharma as something dead and inert, we can see it's... I'm sure we've all had some experience of this when we feel really in touch with the Dharma. It's like it's alive. it's dynamic, it's magic, it's amazing. I think it really repays our efforts. And to me, it brings a sense of reverence as well. Like, I don't always understand it, but I love it. But I really love it. And I think that is the most profound thing we can do with this life. So I'll end with Bante ending his talk.
The word of the Buddha is embodied not only in the figure of a bodhisattva, but in the figure of the Buddha himself, in the figure of the Buddha of the White Lotus Sutra. Because he, we are told in that sutra, is seated eternally on the spiritual vulture's peak, seated, that is to say, on the very summit of mundane existence, and there eternally proclaims the Dharma, proclaims the White Lotus Sutra, proclaims it not in words, as written down in the text of the sutra, proclaims it not even in images as described in the text of the sutra, but proclaims it on that level, on that highest pinnacle of existence, proclaims it in terms of pure mantric sound, proclaims it as the primordial vibration, as it were, of reality itself. So that whether meditating, whether reading the scriptures, but whenever we are silent, whenever we are still, we too can pick up that vibration, coming, as it were, from the height, the pinnacle of existence, coming from the Buddha mind, the enlightened consciousness, reality itself, and picking it up, finally, subtly, gently, picking it up, we can ourselves begin to vibrate in accordance with it, in harmony with it. And we too can hear in that way, to that extent, in the very depths of our being, or what is the same thing, on the very height of our being, in the deepest and the highest and the truest and most comprehensive sense, can hear the word of the Buddha.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go into groups now, and yeah, there's a little bit of time. Groups are meant to start at 3, so there's about 10 minutes to grab a drink if you want. And yeah, there's a few things that you could talk about in your groups. So firstly, I think it would be good to explore what's been your experience of something mysterious beyond all words, something of the enlightened mind, as grand as that sounds. What's your experience of something like that, even if it's just a reflection? And linked to that, any experience with archetypal image, symbol. And it might be quite vulnerable, that as well, sharing something like that. So yeah, share what you feel comfortable to, but I'd say, yeah, really kind of share those significant experiences if that feels right. And then finally, what might it mean for your practice? How might you, assuming you want to, really commit yourself to deeply understanding the words of the Buddha, and then to go beyond that into the Buddha Vachana, the mysterious word of the Buddha? How might you commit to doing that? Okay, so yeah, the group sheet is downstairs already. Some of you will have signed up. I'll just read out where you can go and with whom. So, and if you've not signed up for a group and you go somewhere and it's just like really, really rammed, I recommend going somewhere else, because like a group with about 12 people is not much fun. So Shubhanita is in the library. Shraddhavijaya is in the meeting room. Lokeshvara is in the lounge. Vishankar is in the meeting room. Buddha Samagam is in the Vajra Hall. And Upeksha Priya is in the mezzanine, just near the tea area. The Tara room is free, so would you be up for leading a group in there, Mahabodhi? Great. And yeah, if you just think there's no room at the inn in all those places, you could have a little group in the tea area as well. But also the Lotus Hall, if you just want to have some quiet time to reflect, the Lotus Hall is a quiet space. And we'll come back in here for 4 p.m. for a puja.
Yeah, I was thinking Rilkeshwar and Ratnaguna, I think they were in the same group. Or maybe they're coming. Well, maybe I'll make a start, because I'm not going to start straight away with the puja. I'm going to appeal to your gratitude. It's been mentioned a couple of times today, hasn't it, that this sort of day brings up our gratitude. And as we reach the end of our day, I was just reflecting, it's been a rich day. It's been a day of rejoicing, a day of spiritual practice. And it's a day like all the other days we have that are so full of Dharma, and we somehow have to pay for that. It can only happen if we have the money. And most of you know that we're moving into a period of huge change. We're going to be moving from the building, and what actually happens next is going to depend in a large part on people's generosity. We need practical support. Of course, we always need practical support, but we need money. We need the funds to do it. We need money for the move. And we need money to pay for things like these amazing new mats that we now have. So before you leave, can I ask you please to maybe help out if you can? Help keep all our activities alive and growing. We have a card machine downstairs, and I'm not sure about cash. Buddhist Amalgama, if we put cash into the generosity box, would that work? Yeah, that would be wonderful. So cash or card, please, just to maybe show your gratitude for everything this centre offers us. Thank you. And that goes for the online people too. Don't know how, but help us out. So we're going to end the day with the sevenfold puja, and I think there may be one or two people here who are not familiar with the puja, maybe haven't done it before or don't know it very well. Is that the case? And if so, we've got some puja booklets. So Stephen can, or Shubhanita, if you put your hand up, Shubhanita or Stephen will come around and give you a booklet so you can follow it. So I'll just say a little bit about the sevenfold puja whilst the booklets are going out. It's a devotional practice, and puja actually literally means devotional worship. They're verses of worship to the three jewels of the Buddha, his teachings that we've been talking about today, and this community. The words we recite, the images that we invoke, and the positive emotions cultivated, they're grounded in the shared values. And they express our most deeply held ideals, or maybe those ideals we're beginning to work out, the ideals we're beginning to explore and think about. It's mostly in English, but there is some Pali. And the Pali is not only there for this reason, but it certainly builds harmony and unity with all the communities around the world who do puja. And it consists in a series of verses. They each express a different emotional mood. And today we will do the puja in call and response. And there'll be an opportunity to make an offering to the shrine again, as we did this morning. The puja ends with mantras. And the mantras each invoke a different aspect of enlightenment. Those figures that we sometimes hear about in the stories. And the final mantra leads us into silence. And that final mantra will take us back into the silence that we began the day with. So I'm going to ask you, please, to continue that mood of silence. So as you leave the room, leave silently. As you're putting your shoes on and making your way downstairs, do that silently. Take the effects of the puja with you. And maybe when you get downstairs, if you're going to stay and have a cup of tea or a chat, just bear in mind that there are some people who may want to take that silence a little bit longer, and just allow for that. Just be aware of the effect of the silence on everybody. So in today's puja, we're going to have, where am I thinking now? We're going to have, the first section is worship, and then Vishankar is going to lead us in the Avalokiteshvara mantra. And during the Avalokiteshvara mantra, you're very welcome to come and make some offerings. And as the Avalokiteshvara mantra dies down, and we all settle again, then Adele is going to do a reading for us. And again, it's a section, it's the final section actually of the talk that Bhante gave that Candradīpa was talking about earlier. We're going to do the refuges and precepts in unison. And the final mantras are going to be really special today, because we've actually got a recording of Bhante Sangharakshita in puja, leading the final mantras, and he does it in call and response. So we'll be able to do call and response with Bhante Sangharakshita, our teacher. And if you are new to puja, then please just feel free to join in with as much or as little as you want, or even just sit and share it with us quietly. So is everybody okay? You've all got the book if you want one. Okay, so we'll just sit quietly for a moment or two after all those words, and we'll move into more words, but perhaps of a different mood. The sevenfold puja. Firstly, worship. With Mandarava, blue lotus and jasmine.
With Mandara, blue lotus and jasmine.
With all flowers pleasing and fragrant.
With all flowers pleasing and fragrant.
And with garlands skillfully woven.
And with garlands skillfully woven.
I pay honor to the princes of the sages.
I pay honor to the princes of the sages.
So worthy of veneration.
So worthy of veneration.
I envelop them in clouds of incense.
I envelop them in clouds of incense.
Sweet and penetrating.
Sweet and penetrating.
I make them offerings of food, hard and soft.
I make them offerings of food, hard and soft.
And pleasing kinds of liquids to drink.
And pleasing kinds of liquids to drink.
I offer them lamps encrusted with jewels.
I offer them lamps encrusted with jewels.
Festooned with golden lotus.
Festooned with golden lotus.
On the paving sprinkled with perfume.
On the paving sprinkled with perfume.
I scatter handfuls of beautiful flowers.
I scatter handfuls of beautiful flowers.
Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme
From the Word of the Buddha by Sangharakshita. It's very easy to become confused as to what to read and what not to read. And it's even easy to forget what the word of the Buddha is in a deeper sense. Among the words, among all the words, you miss or you lose the word. In other words, it's easy to forget the spirit, or Buddha Vachana. You can read and study so many scriptures, you forget all about the word of the Buddha. And this spirit of the Buddha Vachana is very difficult to put into words. Perhaps it can be put into an image, into a sort of archetypal spiritual image, or perhaps we can say it will even appear as an image, because the spirit of the Buddha Vachana is embodied in the figure of the Bodhisattva Manjughosha, the Bodhisattva of wisdom, and the name means he of gentle speech. Manjughosha, he of gentle speech, is also known as Vajjisvara, or Lord of sovereign speech, and he appears, as it were, in the mist of the dark blue, almost the midnight sky, and he appears seated cross-legged on a magnificent lotus throne. He appears in the form of a beautiful youth, 16 years of age, tawny-coloured, a sort of rich yellow colour, with long black flowing tresses, clad only in silk and jewels. And he carries in one hand a flaming sword, a sort of scimitar, which streams with fire, and in the other he holds, in fact he presses to his heart, a book, the scriptures, especially, we are sometimes told, the scripture of the perfection of wisdom. He is surrounded by an aura of golden light, surrounded by rainbows. And he, this figure, Manjughosha, Lord, sovereign of speech, is the embodiment, is the archetype of the word of the Buddha. And one can go even further than that, even higher than that. The word of the Buddha is embodied not only in the figure of a bodhisattva, but in the figure of the Buddha himself, in the figure of the Buddha of the White Lotus Sutra, because he, we are told in that sutra, is seated eternally on the spiritual vulture's peak, seated, that is to say, on the very summit of mundane existence, and there he eternally proclaims the Dharma, proclaims the White Lotus Sutra, proclaims it not in words, as written down in the text of the sutra, proclaims it not even in images, as described in the text of the sutra, but proclaims it on that level, on that highest pinnacle of existence, proclaims it in terms of pure mantric sound, proclaims it as the primordial vibration, as it were, of reality itself. So that whether meditating, whether reading the scriptures, but whenever we are silent, whenever we are still, we too can pick up that vibration, coming as it were from the height, the pinnacle of existence, coming from the Buddha mind, the enlightened consciousness, reality itself, and picking it up finally, subtly, gently, picking it up, we can ourselves begin to vibrate in accordance with it, in harmony with it, and we too can hear in that way, to that extent, in the very depths of our being, or, what is the same thing, on the very height of our being, in the deepest and the highest and the truest and most comprehensive sense, can hear the word of the Buddha.
Salutation. As many atoms as there are. In the 1,000 million worlds. So many times I make reverent salutation. to all the Buddhas of the three eras, to the Sadhama, and to the excellent community. I pay homage to all the shrines and places in which the Bodhisattvas have been. I make profound obeisance to the teachers and those to whom respectful salutation is due. Going for refuge. This very day, I go for my refuge. To the powerful protectors, whose purpose is to guard the universe. The mighty conquerors who overcome suffering everywhere. Wholeheartedly also I take my refuge. In the Dharma they have ascertained, which is the abode of security against the rounds of rebirth. Likewise in the host of bodhisattvas, I take my refuge. Refuges and precepts in unison. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samba sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddhang saranang gacchami, dhammang saranang gacchami, sanghang saranang gacchami, dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami, dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami, dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami, tatyampi buddhang saranang gacchami, tatyampi dhammang saranang gacchami, tatyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Anatipata veramani sikhapadam samadhiyami. Adinadana veramani sikhapadam samadhiyami. Kamesu michachara veramani sikhapadam samadhiyami. Musavada veramani sikhapadam samadhiyami. Surameria macha pamadatana veramani sikhapadam samadhiyami. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. With deeds of loving kindness, I purify my body. With open-handed generosity, I purify my body. With stillness, simplicity, and contentment, I purify my body. With truthful communication, I purify my speech. With mindfulness clear and radiant, I purify my mind. confession of faults. The evil that I have heaped up, through my ignorance and foolishness, evil in the world of everyday experience, as well as evil in understanding and intelligence, all that I acknowledge to the protectors. Standing before them, with hands raised in reverence, and terrified of suffering, I pay salutations again and again. May the leaders receive this kindly. Just as it is with its many faults. What is not good, O protectors, I shall not do again. Rejoicing in merit, I rejoice with delight in the good done by all beings, through which they obtain rest, with the end of suffering. May those who have suffered be happy. I rejoice in the release of beings from the sufferings of the rounds of existence. I rejoice in the nature of the Bodhisattva and the Buddha, who are protectors. I rejoice in the arising of the will to enlightenment and the teaching, those oceans that bring happiness to all beings, and are the abode of welfare of all beings. Entreaty and supplication. Saluting them with folded hands. I entreat the Buddhas in all the quarters. May they make shine the lamp of the Dharma. For those wandering in the suffering of delusion. With hands folded in reverence. I implore the conquerors desiring to enter nirvana. May they remain here for endless ages. So that life in this world does not grow dark. The Heart Sutra in unison. The Bodhisattva of compassion, when he meditated deeply, saw the emptiness of all five skandhas and sundered the bonds that caused him suffering. Here then, form is no other than emptiness, emptiness no other than form. Form is only emptiness, emptiness only form. Feeling, thought and choice, consciousness itself, are the same as this. All things are by nature void. They are not born or destroyed, nor are they stained or pure, nor do they wax or wane. So, in emptiness, no form, no feeling, thought or choice, nor is there consciousness, no eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind. No colour, sound, smell, taste, touch, or what the mind takes hold of, nor even act of sensing. No ignorance or end of it, nor all that comes of ignorance. No withering, no death, no end of them. Nor is there pain or cause of pain, or cease in pain, or noble path to lead from pain. Not even wisdom to attain. Attainment too is emptiness. So know that the Bodhisattva, holding to nothing whatever, but dwelling in prajna wisdom, is freed of delusive hindrance, rid of the fear bred by it, and reaches clearest nirvana. All Buddhas of past and present, Buddhas of future time, using this prajna wisdom, come to full and perfect vision. Hear then the great Dharani, the radiant peerless mantra, the prajna paramita, whose words allay all pain. Hear and believe its truth. Gate, gate, paragate, parasangate, bodhisvaha. Gate, gate, paragate, parasangate, bodhisvaha. Gate, gate, paragate, parasangate, bodhisvaha. Transference of merit and self-surrender. May the merit gained in my acting thus go to the alleviation of the suffering of all beings. My personality throughout my existences. My possessions. And my merit in all three ways. I give up without regard to myself. For the benefit of all beings. Just as the earth and other elements are serviceable in many ways to the infinite number of beings inhabiting limitless space. So may I become that which maintains all beings, situated throughout space, so long as all have not attained to peace. Sangate.